Testing 1, 2. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 1:45. So 12:45. The craft will be coming onto the grid in about 5 minutes. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes. So this is a call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please start making your way back to the public viewing area in the next couple of minutes? Thank you.
I did it this morning. I put a cup of tea back there. That's my Earl Grey tea.
It's all right. When that downpour happened, I left my phone outside. So we're seeing whether that's working or not.
Is it?
Yo! Oh, always put it under there. Oh, bloody hell. Right, final call for any members of the public in the paddock. Can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? Craft will be coming out onto the grid at about 10:02. Right, so as I mentioned before, there is a change to the race format this weekend. The drivers hopefully will have their finger on the pulse. That remains to be seen though. But for members of the public, the running order will be a group of 7 races in the first block, break, then the block of 7 races. So what we're doing is now we're combining some of the formulas together to make the racing a bit more exciting. So the first group up will be Formula 50, Formula 3, Formula 35. So we try to put the formulas on a reasonable equal par into one group. So Formula 50 is category that runs the Rotax 503 engine, twin cylinder, air cooled, 500cc. Rotax engine's been around for many, many years, and they have to run it in its standard format. That's the critical part. So in theory, it's a level playing field. Hull design, how they get the power from the engine to the fan is entirely up to them. That's the general gist of Formula 50. Formula 3, so you're looking at up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. And then Formula 35, they run industrial four-stroke engines with a total onboard capacity of 35 horsepower, and they are only running air-cooled engines, so no water-cooled in that particular category. Right, the 10-minute board has now gone up, so 10 minutes away from the start. So with this new format, the different formulas will be jumbled up onto the grid. But I think that's a bit of a technicality, even though I've got to get my head around that one to start with, so we won't worry about that. All you need to know is that there's going to be, in theory, 3 formulas up there. First one out is number 50, Richard Wellington. That's a Formula 50. Right. Is it? Oh. Is it not working yet? Oh, nothing. I'm going to go up on the hill to look at the grid. Don't panic, but the scrutineers can. So the grid is going to be a 4-3-4 formation. Or is it? Yes, it is 4-3-4. Pole position is Charlie Clark, number 95. So that's the red car. So if you're looking from up the sports centre end, the pole position is on the left as you're looking at it. So that's Charlie Clark in the Formula 50. Then we've got a gap. Then 91, Nathan Collins. And then Dave Elston, 57. So all Formula 50s on the front row. Then second row, we got number 81, Nick Drew. That's the Formula 50. Then 147, this is the Formula 3. Georgia Olner, number 51, just dropping into position there, Formula 50 on row 2. So row 3 is a Formula 50, number 50, Richard Worthington. Then Serena Hackett, 116. So Formula 50, and then, well, she's going to be classified as a Formula 50 as well, 69, Laura Turnbull. Row 4, 144, Richard Pound. That is going to be a Formula 3. Then 108. Oh, I'm looking for the driver. That's either going to be Dan or Adam Turnbull. Oh, Dan Turnbull by the looks of it. That is a Formula 50. Just dropping into row 3 is 111, Hannah Deacon. Coming back to row 4, completing row 4 is 171, Zoe Deacon. So she's running a Formula 35. And then right at the very back on row 5, we've got 72, Kian Olner. So we do have mother and daughter in this race. Zoe Deacon, 171, local driver. She's the organisation of this event. Just chatting to her daughter, who's Hannah, 111, the pink and white craft. So they're actually running different formulas. So we've got 14 craft on the grid. There's still a gap on the front row. I'm not quite sure who that is supposed to be. So the races are going to be 8 laps. Apart from the Colts, they'll be doing 6. So we're already on the 2-minute board. So the race will be started on a set of lights. They'll go through a sequence. And we're now on the 1-minute board. Way for start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. So Dave Elton, 57 off to a great start. And looks he's going to go into the turn first, up and over that rise, followed by 81 Nick Drew, 95, 50, 51, 91, 108, oh 51, spun off to one side. Well, there's a whole gaggle going through there now. 51, Georgia back in the in last position, having spun out through him, trying to get round the corner at the same time. She lost out. So back onto the water, still 57 Dave Elston leading, but he's being chased by 81 Nick Drew. Small gap to 95 Charlie Clark, then Richard Worthington number 50, then 108 Dan Turnbull, then 147 the Formula 3 Nathan Ash. Then Nathan Collins, 91, 116, Serena Hackett, 111, Hannah Deacon, 72, Kian Olner, and then 144, Richard Pound. And they're still coming through, 171, Zoe Deacon, 51, George Olner, and then 69, Laura Turnbull. So as they exit the pond, Dave Elston, 57, still holding on to that lead. Still being chased by Nick Drew, 81. Third is Richard Worthington, number 50, then 108, Dan Turnbull. A little bit of a gap to 95, Charlie Clark, 147, Nathan Ash. As well. So the first four very much in touch now. That group of four, 57 Dave Elston, 81 Nick Drew, 50 Richard Worthington, 108 Dan Turnbull. Those four all locked in battle for the first four positions. Quite a big gap now to 95 Charlie Clark, who's coming around the paddock turn, then the Formula 3, 147 Nathan Ash. Oh, Georgia Olner, 51, just before the paddock turn. Looks as though she's lost power. The engine's still running, but definitely a lack of power. So it looks like George's race is run. No. Oh, she got it running again. Whatever it was, hopefully that was just temporary blip. So that group of 4 is all changed as they come off the pond, and round the paddock turn it's now 81 Nick Drew leading, 50 Richard Worthington in second, Dave Elston in third, 57 then fourth is 108 Dan Turnbull. So that group of 4 getting caught up with the back markers now. There's still 81 Nick Drews opening up the gap to second spot Richard Worthington, number 50. He's got a small bit of skirt damage on the front right, shouldn't be a major problem. Dave Elston, 57, has now been passed by Dan Turnbull, 108. So Dan Turnbull, 108, moves up into third as they go up and over the rise there into that chicane section. So that is 6 laps gone. So last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. The leader goes through. 81 Nick Drew. Richard Worthington, number 50, still in second, and third Dan Turnbull, 108. And fourth, the early leader, but 57 Dave Elston has not been able to match the pace of the rest, so he drops down to fourth, but looks as though he'll be a comfortable fourth. Round the paddock turn for the last time. 81 Nick Drew comes through to take the first win of the weekend. Second across the line, Richard Worthington, number 50, then 108 Dan Turnbull, then 57 Dave Elston. So coming through in fifth is 95, Charlie Clark, then 111, Hannah Deacon, 147, Nathan, Howard Ash, in 147 in the Formula 3, then 116 Serena Hackett, then 144 Richard Pound in the Formula 3. And we're still waiting for some more to come through. So our next group up now is Formula 2 and Formula 1 combined. So Formula 2 is up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. The Formula 1's unlimited capacity. So the Formula 1s will top out at around about 80 mile an hour. They could well be getting up to 70 as they cross the line. 0 to 60, they'll out-accelerate most standard road cars. On that 0 to 60, the acceleration is rapid. Right, so here we go. We've still got one spot on the front row still missing, but I can't see any more coming out. So pole sitter is Adam Turnbull, 68 in a Formula 2. Then 28. Uh, 28 is Cy Francis in a Formula 1. Then the Formula 2, 77 George Barnes. Then we've got a gap. Row 2 is Simon Oakley in 55. Then we've got so he's running the Formula 2. Then the green craft number 1, this time Callum Beale. Then Dave Palfrey in 61, that's a Formula 2. Row 3, we've got 119. I'm trying to see who that, I think that's going to be Rob Trostler in a Formula 2. Then another Formula 2, 52, Abby Beale. Then we got Phil Tattersall in a Formula 2. That's number 66. Then the Formula 1, number 12, Kevin Eastwood. And then bringing up the rear, 53, Jamie Lewandon in a Formula 2. So 11 crafts on the grid for this race. So this is where we pick up the pace now. And I'm sure the Formula 2 are going to try and outdo the Formula 1s. So we'll see how that pans out. So don't forget the Formula 2s up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. We don't have any 4-strokes out this weekend in this category, not at the moment anyway. Formula 1's unlimited capacity, anything goes. So the Formula 1s, you're looking generally at around about 180 to 220 horsepower for thrust, and then a lift engine as well. They tend to run a separate lift engine with the fan to provide the lift, and the thrust engine purely driving through that one fan. Okay, looks like the start's going to be coming up very shortly. So 2-minute board now. Well, it looks like there may be an issue on the floor. Just moving over one craft on the grid a little bit. So we're now on the 1-minute ball. 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go. Amber is our first. Followed by 68.77 up and over the rise. It's the Formula 1 28 Cyfron. And I think dropping into second may have been Callum Bill in the Formula 1. No, I think it's George Barnes, 77. Yeah, then number 1, then 68 as they drop onto the water. It is 28, 77, 1, 68, 12. So Kevin Eastwood in that Formula 1 moving up from way back on the grid. Then it's 119, 53, 61, 66, 55 and 52. So Cy Francis 28 still holding on to that lead. Small gap to 77 George Barnes in that Formula 2. He's got the Formula 1 number 1 Callum Bill on his sail, then 68 Adam Turnbull's in the Formula 2, then another Formula 1 number 12 Kevin Eastwood, then 119. Well, George Barnes putting the craft right up on his side as he went round that marker bar. He's pushing it hard round the paddock turn. So it's still the Formula 1 leading. Number 28, Cy Francis, then George Barnes, 77, the Formula on Kevin Eastwood, number 12. Right, so the front runners are now catching the tail enders. Abbey Bill 52 is going to be the first one to go. So Cypher on the outside as they cross the line. Positions of these front runners as they go through the chicane section. It's still Cy Francis 28. Second spot still George Barnes 77. And there's a whole gaggle of them coming through. I've lost sight of them run through the trees now. So we're midpoint in the race now. Oh, and Simon Oakley 55 with his hand up. Is he going to feed back into the race? It doesn't look like it. So Simon Oakley 55 looks as though he's out of the race. It looks like it's a thrust engine problem. So, Cy Francis, I think that's 5 laps completed now, still leading. 77 George Barnes in that Formula 2, still holding off the Formula 1, number 1 Callum Beale. In fact, they've done 6 laps, So last lap ball will be going out on the next lap through. Well, Callum Bill, number 1, all over the back of George Barnes. They go around the paddock turn. 1 lap to go now. The leader goes through. George Barnes in that Formula 2, still holding off the Formula 1. Number 1, Callum Bill, as they go up the rise and into the chicane section. And I've just spotted Simon Oakley's back into the race again, number 55. And the run to the line, it is Cy Francis 28 takes first, Callum Bill moving up in a second in the Formula 1. So Callum Bill, number 1, takes second. George Barnes in the Formula 2 takes third, number 77. Then it's Adam Turnbull, 68 in the Formula 2, taking fourth. Fifth across the line is number 12, Kevin Eastwood in the Formula 1. We're still waiting for the next one to come through in 6th spot, and I think that's going to be 119, Jake Trussler. Then it's 53. Jamie Lewington, 66, Phil Tattersall in 8th. Looks so 9th is going to be 61, Dave Palfrey. And 10th, 52, Abby Bill. And then 11th, Simon Oakley, number 55. So our next group up is the novices. Now we don't have, I don't think so, I don't think we've got any complete novices out there. We're just waiting for them to come through. So 75 coming down onto the grid. Mark Allman. Quite a small craft that for Mark, but he shares that with his son, who's out in the Colts. So he drops into pole position. Then we got 93, Lucas Seringer. That's the Formula 50. Then we got Rachel Gifford. In 187. Well, Rachel, a very experienced driver. She's taken some time out. She's now back in again, so she's got to do a certain number of novices before she can qualify back up. And that is the race director's discretion. And just dropping into that last position on the front row, and I think that's number 129, David Washam. So the novices, they have to do 15 races before they can qualify up, and they also have to do 10 marshalling duties. So yeah, we got these. None of these are complete new novices out there, so we should have a decent race. Well, it looks like we've got a small delay for the moment at the start of this race. I hear the dulcet tones of a thumper. So it's course construction doing some work over there on the far side beyond the trees. The ground is very hard on this particular site. It looks nice on the top surface with the soil and the grass, but once you start scratching below, it's very stony. So our thumper being used to get the wooden posts back into the ground. Once we've got that done, we can get things underway again. So if you've come along today and you've been before, well, you know what it's all about. If you're new and not been before, then welcome to Gang Warily. We've been here 30 plus years now, year in, year out. Well, we've changed rotation of the course over the years, and the nature of the course as well. That has been dependent on the height of the water in the pond, which does tend to vary. So if you do go away from today and you do want to find out some more about the club as a whole, because not just the racing side, there's the cruising side as well, then obviously the main club website for the whole of the UK is www.hovercraft.org.uk, and you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is @officialHCGB. Now the local branch that's running this meeting is the Southern branch, so they've done all the donkey work in organising everything beforehand. But of course, once we start this morning, the main club as a whole takes over with all the marshals, scrutineers, lap scores, etc., etc. Right, looks like we're coming up to the start very shortly now. There we go, 2 minutes away from the start. And we're now on the 1 minute board. There we go, we're away. Well, Rachel Gifford, first one on to and off the pond, 187. She's the most experienced driver out there. Then 75, Mark Allman. Third spot, 129, David Watcham. Then 93, Lucas Seringer. So Rachel Gifford in that form of 35, 187. Got a very comfortable lead now. So we've got a late starter coming out, and this is a brand new novice. And that's 99, Charlie Bristow. So Charlie Bristow, 99, first time out in a novice race. So our leader just having to hold back there as she comes out the late to pass Charlie Bristow, number 99. So we have gone past the midway point. Our leader, Rachel Gifford, coming out of the pond the next time through the line. That will be 5 laps completed. So as Rachel goes up and over the rise there, the Sports Centre end, David Washington 129 in second. In a very comfortable second, long way back to third, just passing me now is 75. So 75, Mark Allman, still being chased by 93, Lucas Seringer. 2 of them locked in their own battle there. I would say at the rear, but that's not quite the case. We've still got 99 Charlie Bristow going round. First time out for her, so looks as though she's taking things very carefully. So 6 laps completed now. So as our leader crosses the line, 187 Rachel Gifford, the last lap board is now out. So 1 lap to go. Uh, 129 David Watcham goes through in second. And we've got to go a long way back now to third, and I think that third position's just dropped onto the water. Yep, 75. Mark Allman, and then Lucas Seringer, number 93, just coming out of the water there. So 187 goes through the line. Rachel Gifford, she takes the win. 129 David Washam coming through in second, having seen him come out of the pond there. Made a bit of a dog's dinner of it, but he comes through in second anyway. Didn't quite get that approach line right, coming off the water onto the land. Still waiting for third. At that moment, that's still 75 Mark Allman. He's still being chased by 93 Lucas Seringer though. Well, it's going to be close. Lucas desperately trying to get a bit more speed out of it, but it's not going to quite happen. So Mark Allman takes third in number 75. Fourth goes to 93 Lucas Seringer. And fifth will go to Charlie Bristow. So our next race up is the junior race. So we're now looking at 13 to 16 years of age. They're allowed to use the Formula 3 specification craft, so it's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. The Formula 50 spec craft, so that's using the Rotax 503 engine. And then the Formula 35 specification crafts, so running industrial 4-stroke engines with a maximum on-board capacity of 35 horsepower. So that's the general gist of each formula. And they're coming out onto the grid. Right, pole sitter for this race, number 48, Josh Trussler, local driver. Alongside him is 155, Ollie Brand. Third spot is 53, Oscar Lewington. And then completing the front row in fourth spot, 86, Ben Lambert. Second row, 147, Nathan Ash. Then Joe Smith in 24. Completing the row 2 is 67, Nancy Devlin. Row 3, Luke Hudson in number 46. Then we got 27, Elliot Folland. Just dropped into the third spot on row 3 is 54. Right, I don't have 54 on my sheet, so I'm just going to find out who that is. Then 129. That's going to be a Watcham. But the trouble is there's two brothers. I've got to find out which one it is now. Morgan Watcham. So we've got Morgan in 129. So that craft has just been out, obviously. Right, we're coming to the 2-minute board very shortly. And quick shuffle round on the grid. I've just spotted Nathan Ash, 147, moves up into the fourth spot on the front row. And Ben Lambert has been put on the second row, number 86. So The route moves from the first row to the second row. Well, I'm trying to work out whether 54, that may be, I'm not sure. I'll have to get a heads up from somebody with that, one or two others. So we're on the 1 minute board now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Nathan Ash 147. Is he going to make it into that turn first? Well, it looks like it, but Josh Trusser 48. Yeah, he has to settle for second at the moment, so as they go into the chicken section, it's 147, 48, 155, 53, 46. Then I've lost it. I can see 67. 129. No, I've lost it. Wait for him to come through. So still Nathan Ash leading. 147. Josh Trussler in second. 48. Third, Oscar Lewington, 53. Then Ollie Brown, 155 in fourth. Small gap now to Tom Hudson, 46. Then 27, Elliot Follen, 24, Joe Smith. 86, Ben Lambert. 54, still got to find out who that driver is. Then Nancy Devlin, 67. She moves round the outside of number 54. Or no, the side by side as they cross the line. And then 129 Morgan Washam bringing up the rear. Oh, Tom Hudson stopped by the rise as he go up and over it into the chicane, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. He's back on track, but something obviously happened at that point. Meanwhile, the front runners, the first four, all locked in battle as they go through the water section, round the paddock turn. So just as a matter of interest, in those first four craft, you've got two running 2 strokes and 2 running 4 strokes. Ollie Brown 155 on the water section there, looking at the inside of Josh Trusser, number 48, but didn't quite make it through. I think Josh swung wide. He's certainly lost a little bit of ground on Nathan as they cross the line. Right, the back markers are going to come into play very shortly. The front runners are coming round the paddock turn. Still 147, 48, 155, 53, but they are going to catch the back markers on the next lap. And they've now done 4 laps, so midpoint in the race. Oh, Joe Smith, one of the car further down the field, suffering skirt damage there on the left-hand side. Right, so here we go. The front runners. Well, it's Nathan Ash 147 that gets it wrong going into the paddock turn, swings wide. He's already lost the lead and he's dropped to second. In fact, he's now dropped to third. So the back marker's coming into play there. So 48 Josh Trussler is the new leader. 155 Ollie Brand goes into second. Nathan Ash now into third or even fourth. Yeah, fourth. He's lost places there. Oh, he's got caught behind 147. Nathan Ash got caught behind one of the back markers, Tom Hudson, and that allowed 53 Oscar Lewington to move through into third. So within half a lap, it's all changed at the front. So with 6 laps completed now, Josh Trussler goes through, 48 in the lead, 155 Ollie Brown in second, 53 Oscar Lewington in third, and some way back now. I think due to the back markers, he's just had a bad run of luck on that last lap. It's 147 Nathan Ash in fourth. Fifth, just across the line, is Elliot Folland, number 27. So the last lap board is now up. Josh Trussler goes through with a small lead now. 155 Ollie Brown in second, 53 Oscar Lewington in third, and dropping back 147 Nathan Ash. So 48, Josh Trussler takes the win. 155, Ollie Brand takes second. Oscar Lewington, 53, takes third. And fourth, well, the early leader dropping all the way down to fourth is 147, Nathan Ash. And coming through in fifth is 27, Elliot Folland. Sixth goes to 24, Joe Smith. Seventh goes to 129, Morgan Watcham. Eighth goes to 46, Tom Hudson. Ninth goes to 67, Nancy Devlin. 10th goes to 54, Thomas Cowgill. And 11th goes to 86, Ben Lambert.
Do you want me to draft it, or do you want to do open?
Right, our next group up is the Open Formula race. So, complete mixed bag now, even more so.
Don't go as far as you have been.
So an open race, open to all the main formulas apart from novice, junior and colts. Pole position, number 1, Conrad Bill in the Formula 1. Second spot is Rob Trussler, 119. You saw his son out earlier, Jake Trussler, but also the other son has just won that last race. So there you go, that's the there. Right, 2-minute board. Back to the front row again. 144 Richard Pound, or is that Harry Pound? We'll go with Richard. 144 Richard Pound in the Formula 3, then in the Formula 1. 28 Cy Francis, row 2 is 5, and this time different driver. Aaron Sutton. So Aaron well, we're on the 1-minute board. Row 2 is 55 Sue Oakley in the Formula 2. Darren Clark 95 in the Formula 50. Then Jamie Lewington 53 in the Formula 2. 3. Katrina Polfin this time. Then Kevin Eastwood right at the back in the Formula 1. And we're on the lights. Here we go. And it is Cy Francis, number 28, that's going to get into the turn first, I think. No, it is Conrad Bill that holds the line. So he goes into that chicane section first. So the two Formula 1s already starting to pull away. Locked in their own battle. So it is 1:28, then 1:19, then I believe that's 12. Kevin Eastwood has made his way up through the field. Yeah, he's already up into full spot. Then 53, Jamie Lewington. 144. 55, 5, 61, 95. Well, Kevin Eastwood in number 12 there on a mission to try and catch those two Formula 1s up at the front. Well, Conrad starting to ease away very slightly in the number 1 craft. 28 Cy Francis is still trying to hold on. 12 Kevin Eastwood coming through in third. So that's the Formula 1s leading this particular group. Then Rob Truster 1:19 in the Formula 2. Another Formula 2 crossing the line, 53 Jamie Lewington. And we got Richard Pound 144 Formula 3, and a Formula 1 that's got caught up with those is number 5 Aaron Sutton, then 61 Katrina Polfin in the Formula 2, then Sue Oakley 55, another Formula 2, then 95 Darren Clark just crossed the line in the Formula 50, and there we go, the leader goes through again. Well, two front runners are now up in amongst the back markers now around the paddock turn. So it's where it could get interesting. Conrad Bill already in amongst the back markers. Cy Francis. Cy's popped a segment on the right hand side, but it shouldn't really be a major problem for him. So we've already completed 4 laps. Oh, Rob Trussler has got a problem, has he? He's swung wide to come off the pond. I don't know whether that was to allow the leader to go through or not, but Rob Trussler 119 taking a very strange line there. So 5 laps completed now. Number 1, Conrad Bill, away and clear now. He's got a good run through the back markers. Cy Francis coming through in second. Has got held up, so he's lost a lot of ground. Kevin Eastwood, 12, still in third. Oh, Kevin Eastwood goes airborne as he went to approach the finish line. Kevin Eastwood, number 12, got caught the air from another craft and sent him airborne, and he spun off through the catch netting. Well, I think the marshal got a bit of a fright there, but I think she's all right. So 6 laps completed. And we seem to have lost number 28. Number 28 seems to have, or is it? No. Or is it number 1 that we've lost? I'm looking up at the board. So we do appear to have lost number 1, Conrad Bill, somewhere. So Cy Francis is our leader, number 28, with 1 lap to go now. 1 lap to go. And second through the line is 12, Kevin Eastwood. Well, still 1 lap to go. Still waiting for third. So 28, Cy Francis takes the win. Second goes to 12, Kevin Eastwood. Third goes to 53, Jamie Lewington, sorry. Well, a run for the line between 3 of them now. I think they're all jockeying for positions. So running through the rest, 4th went to number 5, Aaron Sutton. 5th went to 144, Richard Pound. 6th went to Sue Oakley, 55. 7th went to 61, Katrina Palfrey. 8th went to 95, Darren Clark. Well, that was a bit of excitement in that particular race. Right, we're going to bring the pace down now, but not necessarily, hopefully, the excitement. So next up are the colts. So we're looking at age 10 to 13 years of age. Now they are restricted even more than the juniors. And the actually limiting factor is the amount of thrust they're allowed to produce. There is a range of engines that they can use, but ultimately at the end of the day, if they get an engine, try and tune it up, it doesn't do any good anyway, because they will be only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust, and that is checked on a regular basis. So this group will only be doing 6 laps, so 6 laps for this group. I think we're going to be held for a short while whilst they get the catch netting back up. and the post put it back in, having number 12 go through the whole lot as he went across the line, having got airborne. So, time for me to say, if it's the first time you've seen the racing here, welcome. I know a lot of you have been many years now. But for those of you that are new, then if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information about the club as a whole, there's not just the racing side, there's the cruising side as well, then the main club website for the whole of the UK is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Now, the particular branch of the club that's running this particular event is the Southern branch. So they've done all the donkey work in getting all the pre-organisation done and setting up the course yesterday. And all the people that you now see running around, the marshals, the lap scorers, scrutineers, etc., course construction, who's having to work very hard at the moment, putting the post back in. They will have come from all over the country for this particular race meeting. Right, looks like we're going to get the craft down the grid now very shortly. Dropping into pole position is 44, Lily Ulster, the pocket rocket. So she's on pole. Somebody's just asking me what happened to number 1, Conrad Bill. I actually don't know. Yeah, I've got people come here watching him year in, year out, and he's obviously in trouble. I have no idea. He's on the far side there somewhere beyond the trees. I've not heard any feedback. I will get feedback for you if I can get it. I like to keep my customers happy in the public area. Right, coming back to the grid, Maya Barlow, 7 in second spot. Then we got 158, Tyler Reynolds. Then 153, Emily Lewandon, completing the front row. And then we got number 75, Harley Allman. So don't forget, this is only 6 laps for this particular race. Right, just checking around the course to make sure that the all the safety netting is back up again before we get this underway. Looks like we're just got the all clear. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, it's 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute.
She panicked, obviously.
Here we go, we're on the lights. So Lily Elson off to great start, up and over the rise into the chicane section. She's being followed by number 7, Maya Barlow, then 158, then 153, Emily Lewandon, then 75, Harley Allman. So Lily Elston already starting to pull out a nice lead now around the paddock turn. Maya Barlow, number 7 in second. Tyler Reynolds, 158 in third. Fourth, Emily Lewandon, 153. Just coming off the pond there now, 75, Harley Allman. So 2 laps gone now. Lily Olsen away and clear, and Maya Barlow 7 in second. Then Tyler Reynolds 158 in third. And there's a battle going on for that last spot between Emily Lewington 153 and 75. Harley Ullman.
And then when you get to there, you've got this button, so you can do that at the same time. Just
Midpoint in the race now. Our leader's gone. Yeah, leader's gone through. Lily Olsen 44. Maya Barlow goes through in second, number 7. And 158, Tyler Reynolds. Well, that battle for the last spot, 75, Harley Ullman. Got past Emily Lewington, 153. Four laps gone now. Right, last lap board is now out. Lily Olsen, 1 lap to go. Number 44. So probably half a lap down is coming through the line now is Maya Barlow, number 7. In second. Third, 158, Tyler Reynolds. Fourth cross the line at the moment, 75, Harley Ullman. We seem to have lost. Have we lost 153? No, might be just taking a while to come round. So Lily Elson, number 44, takes the win. Well, 153 has just gone through Emily Lewandon, but she'll come through in 5th. Coming through in 2nd, number 7, Maya Barlow. Third goes to 158, Tyler Reynolds. And 4th goes to 75, Harley Allman. And 5th already gone through, Emily Lewandon, 153. So we have now got coming up our final race, not of the day. Don't get disappointed. It's the final race of this first block of racing. We're going to go for a break after this one. So this next one up is Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 combined. So this group made up of 3 different formulas. Formula 3, so that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. Formula 50, that's the designed around the Rotax 503 engines, twin-cylinder air-cooled. They have to run it in a standard format. They're only allowed to use the one engine to provide lift and thrust. Fan, and obviously engine. And then we got the Formula 35s, and they run industrial 4-stroke engines. They're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower in total. And they are air-cooled. Well, looking at the very back, number 187, Rachel Gifford. She was in the novice race earlier. Race director obviously very happy with the way she drove her craft. So she's been fast-tracked up into the main Formula 3s, main Formula 35 group. Very experienced driver. So, coming to the front row. We've just got one more to drop in. So this is where the positions all get jumbled up with this new format. So this doesn't necessarily mean the position on the pole position is the winner of the last race, because the winner of the last race is right at the back. So there we go, that's where it gets a bit confusing. So pole sitter for this race, Georgia Olner, number 51. Second spot, 116, Serena Hackett. Then 50, Richard Worthington. They're all Formula 50s. Then we got a Formula 3, 144, Howard Ash. Then 111, Hannah Deacon. And 108, Dan Turnbull. Both running Formula 50 spec craft. Row 2 is 171, Zoe Deacon. And a Formula 35. Then Richard Pound in 144. Then 72, Kian Olner in a Formula 50. 91, Nathan Collins on row 4, Formula 50 alongside his Charlie Clark, 95, 57, Dave Elston, they're all Formula 50s, and 81, Nick Drew, Formula 50, then 187, Richard Gifford in the Formula 35. So 14 craft on the grid. We've already gone through the 1 minute board. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And Nick Drew right from the very back has already worked his way up through the middle of the field. Number 81, Nick Drew, watch out for him, he's already moved up to the middle of the pack. But our leader at the moment is 50, Richard Worthington, 147, 108, 51. Oh, then I've lost it as they go through the chicane section there. So Richard Worthington, number 50, still leading, 108, Dan Turnbull, 57, Dave Elston, 147, Howard Ash. Then I think it's Nick Drew, 81. No, 144, Richard Pound, then 81, Nick Drew alongside, but he's now moved up a place. Then it's 111, Hannah Deacon, 51, Georgia Olner, behind 72, Kian Olner. Then Serena Hackett, 116. Then Nathan Collins, 91. Zoe Deacon, 171, 95. Charlie Clark, 187. Rachel Gifford. So out of the pond with a small lead, Richard Worthington then in that Formula 50. And he is number 50. Then Dan Turnbull, 108. Those two pulling away very slightly now from 57, Dave Elston. Then Nick Drew, 81. Watch out for Nick Drew in that orange and black craft. He'll be looking to try and close that gap down to Dave Elston, number 57. Then we've got 147, 144, 111, 51. Still coming through. And now it's 116. Serena Hackett has moved up past Kian Olner, 72. Then 91, Nathan Collins. He's just being passed by Charlie Clark, number 95. Then it's 171 Zoe Deacon being chased by 187 Rachel Gifford. Well, our leader is pulling out a nice lead now. All right, here's the battle for third. 57, Dave Elson. Now trying to hold off Nick Drew, number 81. Nick trying to get the tight line. Is he going to make it through? Is he? Oh, yeah, a bit of a bump there, but he's made it through. Before that rise and into the chicane section, so Nick Drew moves up in the third spot. Well, Nick Drew around the paddock turn there, the orange and black craft, number 81. Moved up in third, but he's got a long way before he can catch second spot down Turnbull, and I think that's going to be a bit of an ask. He might be able to close the gap down. We've just gone past the midpoint of the race, so 4 laps gone. Well, our 2 front runners in amongst the back markers now. 50, Richard Williams has gone through. He's caught behind 95, Charlie Clark there as it goes up and over the rise. That's going to allow Dan Turnbull 108 to close that gap down very slightly. 81, Nick Drew in third, just past the 2 F35s there as he crosses the line. Fourth, Dave Olson, 57. Then quite a gap then to Howard Ash, who's just coming past me now at 147. That Formula 3. Oh dear, 72 Kean Olner. It looks like he's been doing a bit of combine harvesting. He's got a whole load of greenery on his thrust duct there. He's going to have to get that off. He's pulled over to one side. 6 laps gone. Right, the last lap board is now ready for our leader. Coming round the paddock turn. Number 50, Richard Wellington takes the last lap board. So 1 lap to go now. He's got quite a good lead over 108 Dan Turnbull, who just crossed the line. Third coming around the paddock turn is 81 Nick Drew. Fourth at the moment, just crossing the line, 57, Dave Elson. So as he comes out of the lake, the pond, 50, Richard Wellington, just got 1 cross in front of him, the back marker. So Richard Worthington, number 50, takes the win. Not far behind, but not close enough. 108, Dan Turnbull takes second. They're the Formula 50s. Third goes to 81, Nick Drew. Again, another Formula 50. Fourth goes to 57, Dave Elston. Well, change of places for the Formula 3s. It was Howard Ash that was leading the Formula 3s, but it is now 144 Richard Pound that takes that first spot for the Formula 3s, and Howard having to settle for second in 147. And the battle for the F-35s looks as though Rachel Gifford took first, and second went to Zoe Deacon, 171. So I'm just going to get an update now on our schedule. We will be going for a break now. I'm just going to get an update on the start time for the next race. Right, we are going to go for a break now. Our next race will be at 3:40. So next race at 3:40. So any members of the public, if you do want to come down to have a look in the paddock area, now's your chance. Can I ask you, if you're a smoker, to please refrain from smoking? That includes e-cigarettes whilst you're in the paddock area. Strictly a no smoking zone. If you've got any more small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft. Some of them are built very lightweight, and watch out for those hot exhausts if you've got young children with you. They can be anywhere on the craft, and obviously a lot of them have been out, so they will still be hot. So drivers, our next race will start at 3:40. Next race will start at 3:40, so that's 10 minutes down on programme. How much? Testing one. 1, 2, 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now approaching 3:25, which means that any members of the public in the paddock area, you've got a maximum of 5 minutes now to start making your way back to the public viewing area. We'll be closing the paddock off at 3:30, and the craft will be coming out onto the grid at that point, and the start of the race, the next race, will be at 3:40. So start of the next race will be at 3:40, but we will be needing the paddock cleared of public by 3:30. So when I see Right, this is the final call for members of the public. If you're in the paddock area, can you please make your way back to the public viewing area now? We are now closing off the paddock, and we'll be getting the racing underway shortly. So the next race will start at 3:40. So any members of the public in the paddock area, can you please now make your way back immediately from the paddock area up to the public viewing area? Thank you.
Because they wanted to secure second appearance for the champion.
Right, that is our siren for the 10-minute board for the next race. So 10 minutes away from the start now. So now we're entering a block of 7 races. The first one up will be a Formula 2 and Formula 1 combined. Now I've just found out there was questions about what happened to Conrad Beale in the Formula 1 craft in that last race he went out into. It appears that his GoPro came off and went through the thrust fan and did a fair bit of damage. So they're frantically working on that at the moment to try and get that sorted. So Formula 2 and Formula 1 up first. Then we got a novice race, junior race, open race, colt race, the Formula 53 and 35 race, then another Formula 2 and Formula 1 race before we complete today. Obviously we're back here again tomorrow and Monday. Hello. Right, we'll start running through the grid. So in pole position, we've now got a Formula 2, Simon Oakley. Second spot is missing. See if we can find out who that is. Third spot is 119, Jake Trussler, local driver. Completing the front row, 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, who should be in second spot? Conrad Bill, yes. They're probably still rebuilding that. If you didn't hear me say earlier, the reason he dropped out of the race earlier on was because the GoPro camera that he had on his thrust duct came loose and went through the thrust fan. So it's done a fair bit of damage. So they're frantically working on that. And I think it's unlikely they'll get it back together for this race, but hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe later on. Second row, we've got 66, Phil Tassel in a Formula 2. Alongside him, 53, Jamie Lewandon, another Formula 2. Row 3, 98, Maciek Uchman in a Formula 2. And Barnes, 77, another Formula 2. We got some Formula 1s coming out now. Dropping into row 3, Adam Turnbull, number 68 in the Formula 2. Row 4 is Cy Francis, number 28 in that Formula 1. So watch out for him. He'll be trying to get through to the front fairly quickly. And dropping into row 3, number 12, Kevin Eastwood, so another Formula 1. So for those of you who weren't here earlier in the day, if you've been before and you thought you knew the format of the racing, well, we've changed it. So this is very much a trial format this year. We've run it at one other race meeting earlier on in the season. So we're trying to combine some of the formulas together to put more craft out onto the track. This doesn't mean less races, it means more races for the drivers, or just as many races, and a bit more excitement for us to watch. So that's why in this particular case we've got the Formula 2s combined with the Formula 1s. Later on we'll have the Formula 3s, Formula 50s and Formula 35s combined together as well. So dropping into row 2 is number 52, Formula 2, Aaron Sutton. And we're on the 2-minute board. And 1 minute away from the start now, 1 minute. So 8 laps. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. Simon Oakley off to a racer. Oh, we've got Lacehouser coming out, number 1, Callum Beale. Callum Beale has made it out. They've rebuilt that thrust unit. Amazing. He is in the race. He's now going to play a bit of catch up, but he wasn't that far behind. So our new leader is 12, Kevin Eastwood, the Formula 1. Then a Formula 2, 68, Adam Turnbull. Then 55, Simon Oakey, Formula 2. Another Formula 2, 61, Dave Polfey. 77, George Barnes. 66, Phil Tassel. 53. Then number 1, 52, 119, 28, 98. So Callum Beale, having started late, has already the one he would have trouble catching that Cy Francis. So Cy having a bad start there. He's still towards the back of the group in that Formula 1. Meanwhile, 12 Kevin Eastwood has had a great start coming around the paddock turn with a fairly good lead at the moment, but he is chased by 68, Adam Turnbull. Then we've got a bit of a gap to George Barnes in third spot, 77. Then it's 55, 66, 1. Then 53, 28, 61 and 119 getting locked together there. So Callum Beale is up to 4th spot now. Number 1's just exited the water. Oh, Callum's out! At a place called Oswald Twistle, which is Accrington. And then we come back down a bit further south to Whittlebury Hall, which is literally next to Silverstone. So if you know where Silverstone Circuit is, we're right next to it. The field we actually race on is actually used as the campsite, one of the campsites for the F1 Grand Prix weekend. So that will be the last round of our championships this year. With that round also, it will be a European round as well, so we'll be getting drivers across from Europe to race as well. So as you see the ambulance coming back over to our paddock side. Nothing life-threatening, but he's going to be taken to hospital to be checked out. So hopefully we'll see him back here again later on. Once we've got the ambulance cleared and the craft on the trailer cleared, I think we'll be looking to get things back underway again. The novice race is up next. After the novice, we will then be going into a junior race, then an open race, a colt race, then a combined Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35 race. And then to finish off the day, a combined Formula 2 and Formula 1 race. So still plenty to come this afternoon. Obviously we are here again tomorrow and Monday. Our practice sessions tomorrow start at 10 o'clock. And the first race at the moment is scheduled for 11:45 tomorrow morning. Me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, losing my signal up here. Right, I'll come and do a bit of walkabout whilst we're waiting. Shouldn't be not that far away from getting going again now. Has anybody got any questions? Have you got a question, young man? No? Too busy eating sweets. Anybody got any questions? Hands up. You all know everything. Who's been before? Hands up. All those who have been before. Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. So you know everything. Excellent. Oh, ice cream. Oh, camping as well. Wristband. Super job. I'm going to go further along. Anybody else got any questions? Anybody? Anybody? No, nobody got any. Nobody got any questions. Have you been over to the stand there and asked them questions? Is that kind of, wasting time coming down here? Oh, I've got somebody with his hand up. Oh, you got a question? Which one? The one over there or the one down there? One over there. I don't know. I didn't see it. So I can't actually tell you. I don't know whether he got tangled up with another craft or what. But they're taking him off to the hospital, just get him checked out. Right. Any questions? No? Hello? You alright? You enjoying it? Excellent. Right, I'm going to go back now. Because I've got a sneaky suspicion things are going to be starting again soon. Right, I think the 10-minute board will be going up in just a moment. There we go. That's the 10-minute board. So 10 minutes away now for the start of this next race. So this is a novice race. We've lost one novice already. She's re-qualified. So Rachel Gifford, who came out as a novice earlier, has re-qualified back up. So we've lost one. With the novices, they have to do 15 races before they can qualify up. Now, obviously, quite a few of these drivers now have well into their 15 races. As part of that, they have to do 10 marshalling duties as well, which not only helps out the marshalling team, but it also gets the drivers on the track and close up to things and see things up close that they wouldn't normally necessarily see. And the novice is allowed to use any of the main Formula craft. So we do tend to get a mixed bag. The Formula 50, Formula 3 are generally the good choice to come in with. Tend to be more reliable and less complicated, shall we say. So just 3 craft on the grid. Pole sitter for this race, 129. David Watcham, running a Formula 3 specification craft. Alongside him is number 75, Mark Ullman, running a Formula 50 spec craft, and then 93. Now, have I got that number right? Yes, and I haven't got him on me. Oh, that's Lucas in number 93. Appears we got number 99 is missing off the grid. That's a complete new novice. That's Charlie Bristow. She's only done the one race today. By the sounds of it, they're still working on the craft, so I'm not quite sure whether Charlie will be coming out. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes. 8 laps for these novices. Well, they're away. 129, David Watcham off first. But it's 75 that's gone into the lead. So Mark Allman, the early leader. So with 2 laps gone, Mark Allman pulling out a nice lead now over David Watcham, 129 in second. Lucas Seringer there, 93, still not that far behind.
That'll be. It's here. Thank you, Laura. It'll probably break again if it's fixed. I think it's just this side. Because we do that for a while.
So just over midpoint in the race now, 4 laps gone. So 75 exits the pond. The last lap board is now waiting for him. So Mark Allman takes an easy win. So a fairly straightforward race for the novices. Mark Allman taking first. Second went to David Watcham. And third went to Lucas Seringer. So our next group up is the juniors. Right, so juniors aged 13 to 16 years of age. They're allowed to use the Formula 3 specification craft, so it's up to 250cc two-stroke, 500cc four-stroke. They're allowed to use the Formula 50 specification craft, which is the Rotax 503 twin-cylinder air-cooled, and also the Formula 35 specification craft. So that's industrial four-stroke engines up to a maximum of 35 horsepower, but that's the total horsepower on board. Generally, it's split over two engines, so something like 5 horsepower for lift, and then the rest for thrust. So, pole sitter for this race, the local driver, Josh Trussler. In the bright green craft, alongside him, 155, Ollie Brand. Then we've got 53, Oscar Lewington. Then 147, Nathan Ash. Now, you'll spot the times you see these craft out in other races. So Nathan's a classic example of that, 147. He races in juniors. His dad takes it out in the Formula 3 race. And yeah, so I'm sure there's no other combinations of those in this one, but it's quite often the case. The front row, second row, we've got let me get my names up right. So 27, Elliot Folland, and then Joe Smith, 24. That's row 2 complete at the moment. Row 3, 46, Tom Hudson, then Nancy Devlin, 67, and then 54 is Thomas Cowgill. So the juniors are doing 8 laps, same as the adults, and 9 craft on the grid. Now we've still got one more coming out. So that craft's just been out in the novice race with Dad on board. Now one of the sons is coming out. I'll need to check which one it is. So 129.
Morgan still.
Morgan's Dad's huffing and puffing here. He's just been out in the race. He's had to run up here. Joys of being a parent. So we're on the 1 minute board. 1 minute away from the start now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And 147 cutting across the front of the. It's Ollie. Oliver Brand, 155 goes into the chicane first, then 48, 147 and 53 side by side. They seem to have all gone into the chicane and come out the other side clean. So Ollie Brand still leading, 155, 48, Josh Trusser in second, 53 Oscar Lumiden in third, 147 Nathan Ash in fourth. Then Elliot Follen 27, Tom Hudson 46. And then Joe Smith, oh, Joe's got skirt damage at the front there. Then 129, Morgan Washam, then 54, 67. Well, it looks as though Ollie Brown has opened up a little bit of a gap now to 48 Josh Trusser, which is a bit surprising. Josh still pushing hard though. Oscar Lumiden 53 in third, 147 Nathan Ash in fourth. Then Elliot Follen 37, then Tom Hudson 46. The battle going on for that last spot at the moment between 54 and 67. Well, coming up to midpoint in the race, there's our leader, 155 Ollie Brown. Next time through the line, that'll be 4 laps completed, midpoint in the race. Josh looks as though he's closed that gap very slightly as they come round the paddock turn. Third crossing line, 53 Oscar Lumiden, then Nathan Ash 447, then Elliot Follen was the 27. And we've got a bit of a gap to 46, Tom Hudson. Oh, I thought Nancy Devlin had made a mistake, but she swung wide to let the leader through. So 5 laps completed now. Well, the gap opened up again on the last lap between first and second, so Josh Trusser losing some ground there on that last lap. We got a wave yellow flag at the far end of the course. Not quite sure who that is for at the moment. Looks been taken down, so obviously that section's been cleared again. 7 laps completed. The last lap board is now out. Our leader's gone through. 155, Ollie Brand. He's got a fairly comfortable lead now over the second spot. Josh Trusser, 48. And then Oscar Lewington, 53 in third. Well, fourth spot, 147 and 27. That's fairly nipping. Oh, 27, just getting a spin as he went up and over the rise there. So just about to say he's close enough to Mount of Challenge, but Elliott just getting the craft a bit airborne there. He's lost some ground now on 147 as they went into the chicane section. So, Ollie Brand, 155, takes the win. And Josh Trusser, oh dearie, dearie me, almost came out of the craft as he exited the pond. And, well, he's down into third. So, coming through in second is 53. Oscar Lewington. Third is Josh Trusser, 48. Fourth goes to 147, Nathan Nash. Fifth goes to 27. And still waiting for sixth. So that is our juniors finished off for the day. We've now got an open formula race. So open to all the main formulas apart from the novice, juniors and colts. Right, coming out onto the ground for this open race. before I start running through the grid, I've just spotted something. So just in case you get confused, as I thought I was confused, Bill come out as number 1, but not in his own craft. He has come out in Kevin Eastwood's craft, which is normally number 12. Kevin, if you remember, is now currently in hospital. So hopefully there's been a dialogue to say to Conrad, oh yeah, you can use my craft. So Conrad in another F1, Conrad having an issue with his own craft earlier on. So back to the grid. Pole sitter Cy Francis, number 28 in the Formula 1. Then we've got a gap. Then the Formula 2, 53 Jamie Lewandon. Then 5 Abby Bill. Yes, so that's 2 Bills out there, father and daughter. She's on the front row in number 5 in that Formula 1 number craft. Second row is 144 Richard Pound in the Formula 3, then Katrina Palfrey 61 in the Formula 2, then Sue Oakley in 55 Formula 2, row 3 is 95, Darren Clark in the Formula 3, then 119 Rob Trussler, then Conrad Bill, and then 68 is Dan Turnbull. Right, we're now on the 1 minute board. And Abby Beale has got a problem on the front row of the grid. Well, the race will not be held for her, so hopefully she's going to get that sorted. I'm not quite sure what it is. Well, whatever it was, hopefully, fingers crossed, it's not going to result in a problem. She's got the thrust engine fired up. She is good to go. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, 28 Cy Francis off like a bullet, followed by 53, then 5, 55, 61, 1, 119, 144, 68, and then 94 picking up. They seem to have got through the chicane okay. So first out of the water, 28 Cy Francis. Second out of the water, the number 1 Conrad Bill. So 2 Formula 1s, first and second. Well, it looks as though Dan Turnbull in 68 was trying to go through on the inside line there past Katrina Palfrey, but she closed the door on him. Well, the first 2 are away and clear. Third, 53 going through, but then we've got a group of 4 doing battle 5, 55, 61, 68. Dan Turnbull, 68, trying round the outside this time, and he makes it through past Katrina Palfrey in 61 to go up and over the rise and into the chicane section. Right, round the paddock turn, 68, Dan Turnbull is now past Sue Oakley in 55, and Sue also being passed by 61, Katrina Palfrey. So change of places there in the midfield. So 4 laps gone now. 28, Cy Francis still leading. Number 1, Conrad Bill, still in pursuit of the leader. Well, it sounds as if we've lost the craft at the far end of the course there, round about the chicane section. Not quite sure who that is at the moment. Oh, 119 has just gone past. Bit of combine harvesting there. A lot of reeds on the thrust duct there. That's not going to be doing his thrust any good. Looks as though we've lost number 5, Abby Beale. So the challenge is there. With 6 laps gone, Conrad Beale, number 1, is now looking to try and mount the challenge on the leader, 28, Cy Francis, as they go in up the rise there and into the chicane section. About a lap and a half to go now. As they come round to drop onto the wall, it is still 28 followed by 1 as they drop on. And Conrad Bill is all over the back of Cy Francis now as they come round the paddock turn. 1 lap to go now. The last lap board is out. 1 lap to go. '53, Jamie Lewington is going to get caught up in this battle as they go up and over the rise. He's actually in 3rd spot, so he's going to go a lap down that 3rd spot by the end of the race. As they drop onto the wall, it's still 28 followed by 1. So the run to the line, it is going to be 28. Cy Francis takes the win. Conrad Bill, number 1, takes 2nd. 3rd across the line, 53, Jamie Lewington, although he's a lap down. Then 55, Sue Oakley in 4th. 5th goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey. Still waiting for 6. Should be 119, Rob Trussler. So Rob just exiting the pond there. That looks like a battle going on between 95 and 144 as they come round the paddock turn. So 119 takes 6th, 7th goes to 95, Darren Clark, and 8th goes to 144, Richard Pound. So our next group up are the Colts. So Colts up next. So now we're looking at an age range of 10 to 13 years of age. I'm sure you've picked up already, as with all the formulas, the boys, the girls, the men, the women, all race on an equal footing. Have done for donkey's years. Now the Colts are restricted in what they can run. It's even more restricted than the juniors. The engine options are less than what the juniors can run, or the types of engine, CC, but ultimately at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust. So it's no good taking a small engine and tuning it up to the nth degree, because ultimately at the end of the day, you can only produce about a set amount of thrust, and that is checked on a regular basis. So what you'll see with some of the craft, number 7 Maya Barlow just going past me now, is an example of where she's got a pink sheet in front of the fan. That's to block off the air going into the fan, so restricting it to bring her down within the limit of what she can actually produce thrust-wise. Now her dad uses that craft as well, so he will then take that sheet off and run it at its maximum capacity. There are others that have other devices in front of the fan to reduce them down as well. I think number 44 has got that. Looking from the back, Lily Elston. She's just dropped into pole position. So 7 is Maya Barlow in second. Then it's 158, Tyler Reynolds in third. Then completing the front row, 75, Harley Allman. And on the second row is 153, Emily Lewandon. So the drivers are being shown a 2 board with a H underneath. So that's 2 minutes, but holding. So there's some course construction work going on over by the sounds of it on the far side beyond the trees. I can't quite see it. So we're just having to put the race on hold for a few minutes. So that means in the event of a driver coming out now, they forfeit their grid position and they have to start from the paddock.
To be fair, by the time you get back, we'll probably hit the front. Numbers on here, and then press anything to go down, but you've got to go across using that. Okay.
So after this race, we will have the 2 more races after this one. Formula 50 combined with the Formula 3s and Formula 35s. And then another F2 combined with the Formula 1s race. So 2 more races after this Colt race before we finish the day. And tomorrow, if you're coming back tomorrow, the practice starts at 10 o'clock. And the first race starts at 11:45. Looks as though course construction has finished their job. So I think we'll be going onto the 2-minute board very shortly now. All right, there we go. 10 minutes away from the start now. 8 laps. Sorry, 6 laps. This is the only one that's different. 6 laps for the Colts.
And now I get kicked out because of the show.
And that's the 1-minute board now. Here we go, we're on the lights and we're away. Well, it looks like Lily Olsen's off first, but Maya Barlow, I'm dropping into second there, number 7. So Lily Elson out the pond first, already opening up the lead to Mobilo 7. Oh, and 158 just getting stuck on the exit there. So Tyler getting away before Emily came through in 153. And Harley Allman in last spot at the moment. Well, Harley sweeps through past Emily there. So Harley Allman on a charge now to try and catch. So as Lily Elston exits the pond, she'll be coming round to take the last lap board very shortly. Tyler Reynolds is in second, third is Harley Orman 75, fourth is 7 Maya Barlow. So 1 lap to go now. Round the paddock turn for the last time. Lily Olsen, number 44, comes through to take the win. So Tyler Reynolds 158 comes through in second, third goes to 75, Harley Orman, and well, number 7 Maya Barlow went through, but she came through in fourth because she lost a lap. It looks like she got caught up in the reeds somewhere, looking at the bits and pieces hanging off of her thrust duct. So we have now got our next group coming up. So 2 races to go now. We got the combination of Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. And then we go into the F2 and F1 race to finish off the day. Right, Craft are coming out onto the grid now. So the grid is starting to shape up now. Pole sitter for this race, 108 Dan Turnbull in a Formula 50, I think. 144 Richard Pound. Third spot is Kian Olner in a Formula 50. Fourth spot is missing at the moment. Nathan Collins on on the second row, number 91 in a Formula 50. Zoe Deacon in 171 in the Formula 35, just manoeuvring into the second row there. Row 3, 57 Dave Elston, Formula 50. Alongside him is 81 Nick Drew, 80 in the Formula 50. Then 95 Charlie Clark, Formula 50. Then 51 Georgia Olner in the Formula 50. Row 4 is Howard Ash in the Formula 3, 147. And then we got Richard Worthington, number 50 in a Formula 50. Then 116, another Formula 50, Serena Hackett. And then at the back, we 111, Hannah Deacon. Is it? Yes, it is Hannah Deacon. 111 in a Formula 50, and then 187, Rachel Gifford in a Formula 35. Right, we're 2 minutes away from the start now. Alright, we're on the 2 minute board now. 2 minutes away from the start. Oh, no, 1 minute board. She got the wrong board. 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Dan Turnbull 108 off first. 72 and 144 alongside each other, but still side by side. Dave Olsen sneaking through there. He dropped into third. 144 Richard Pound drops into second. Well, from what I can see, they've all cleared the chicane section. So when I wait, Dan Turnbull opened up a small lead already. Dave Olsen 57 in second. Third is 50. Oh no, third is 144 Richard Pound, the Formula 3. Trying to come round the outside is number 50 Richard Worthington in that Formula 50. Then 72 Keane Older, he's being chased by 81 Nick Drew. Then Nathan Collins 91, 51 George Older, Hannah Deacon 111, 95 Charlie Clark, 147 Nathan Ash in that Formula 3, and then 187 Rachel Gifford in that Formula 35, 116 Serena Hackett in the Formula 50, and going through just then was one Zoe Deacon in a Formula 35. Well, there's a whole bunch of back markers coming through here. All jockeying for position as they go across the line. Meanwhile, our leader, 108 Dan Turnbull, is round the paddock turn. He's opening up that gap to second spot. That's Dave Elson, 57. Then Richard Wellington, 50. Then 81, Nick Drew. Well, Nick Drew trying to get past Dave Elson there, but not quite managing it. So it's 81 and 57 as they go into the chicane section there. And our leader working his way through the back markers. He's coming around to the paddock turn. He's got some free air now. 108 Dan Turnbull. That is now 5 laps completed. Well, looking for second spot. Oh, there he is. In amongst the traffic coming through the paddock turn. That's number 50, Richard Wellington. Third, Dave Olsen just gone through, 57. Where's Nick Drew? Yes, Nick Drew still in fourth. So 1 lap to go now. So the traffic has worked in favour of Nick Drew, who's now moved up in a third, and Dave Wilson in number 57 drops to fourth with a lap to go. So 108, Dan Turnbull takes the win. second, just coming around the paddock turn now, number 50, Richard Worthington. He crosses the line in second. Third is going to go to 81, Nick Drew, just behind. Fourth goes to Dave Elson. Number 57, just crossed the line now. And fifth across the line is Richard Pound, 144. Sixth across is 72, Kian Olner. Just going to look see if there's any more coming through. I think that might be it. So 7th will go to Howard Ash in 147. 8th will go to 111, Hannah Deacon. 9th will go to 91, Nathan Collins. 10th goes to 116, Serena Hackett. 11th goes to 187, Rachel Gifford. 12th goes to 95, Charlie Clark. And 13th goes to 51, George Olner. And 14th goes to 171, Zoe Deacon. That's the overall positions, but then they'll get split down into their individual formulas for the points. So last race up of the day. Sounds as if we're 5 minutes away from the start. And we've got the Formula 2s and the Formula 1s. It looks like there might be a small delay to get this under. For the race is 53, Jamie Lewington. In the Formula 2, then Phil Tattersall, 66 in the Formula 2. Then we got 2 blank spots, so I'll see if I can find out who they are. Second row, we got Formula 1, 28, Cy Francis, then George Barnes in the Formula 2, 77. Row 3 is 68, Adam Turnbull in the Formula 2. And 61, Dave Palfrey, Formula 2. Then number 1, I think that's going to be, yes, Callum Beale in the Formula 1. Then 55, Simon Oakley in the Formula 2. And then 119, right at the back there, is Jake Trussler. Right, let's see if I can find out who's on the front row that's missing. So 52 should be out here. That's Aaron Sutton. 12 should be out here. That was Kevin Eastwood. Obviously, he's currently at the hospital being checked out. 98, Maciek Uchman should be on row 2, number 98. So I'm not sure whether he's making it out at all. Whilst we're waiting, just another reminder, if this is the first time you've been here to watch the racing, obviously welcome. This is day 1 of day 3. We've been here racing here for now plus years, so obviously we get a lot of regulars down. Yeah. But those of you that may be new, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the racing, or the cruising side even, then the main club website is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you've got Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and the handle for those is at official HCGB. Right, it just sounds as if we were waiting for race control and they are now ready for us. So we should be good to go in just. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start. 8 laps. 9 craft. So this is combined Formula 2 and Formula 1. The 2 Formula 1s that are out there are number 28 and number 1. And 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go. Hammer away. So up the rise first, it's 66.77. Oh, the Formula 2 53, I think it was, up on his side. That's allowed a couple to go through, but they seem to have got into the chicane section clean. But there was certainly some change of places there. Dropping onto the water, side by side, it's 66.77. This could be messy, but it is George Barnes, 77, that comes through first, then 68, then 1. Well, that all looked very tight as they dropped onto the water and came through that water section. There were certainly some changes of places. I suspect some winners and losers in that group. So George Barnes, 77, the Formula 2 still leading, followed by another Formula 2, 68, Adam Turnbull, then the Formula 1, Cullen Beale. Then the other Formula 1, 28, Cy Francis in 4th. And 66, Phil Tadsell, 53. Fred Reynolds, 119, 55. So first 4 go through, still very much in touch with each other. 77, 68, 1, 28. And that's 3 laps gone. Well, Cullen Beale, number 1, all over the back of 68. Adam Turnbull, as they came out of the water, is looking for a challenge there. Adam leaving the door open. Cullen is going to have to do it the hard way. And of course, Cy Francis is now getting close to the back of Callum. Well, George Barnes is still leading round the paddock turn, but those first 3 blink and it could all change. They're going to come up to back marker very shortly. 61, Dave Palfrey. He'll know they're coming. Will probably move to one side to let them through. So as they drop onto the water, it's 77, 68, 1, and 28. Same order. As they cross the line, that is now 6 laps gone. Well, George Barnes still under pressure in 77. The three of them, well, four of them really, but the first three are very much locked in battle there as they cross the line. 77, 68, 1, 28. Cy Francis just flicking that rear end up then, just as he went over the line. That was scrubbed off a bit of speed. So Simon Oakley, 55, going to be the back marker that potentially could be the cat amongst the pigeons here. Oh, one colour bill just get in contact with 68 Adam Turnbull, and as they cross the line, 77 George Barnes, 1 Callum Bill, and side by side 68 and 28, both different formulas, but they went across the line side by side, locked together. Still waiting for fifth to come through. And that is going to be 66, George Barnes. 6 goes to Fred Reynolds, 53. 7th goes to 119, Jake Trussler. Looks like 8th will go to 55, Simon Oakley, and 9th goes to 61, Dave Palfrey. So that is our racing done for today. We certainly hope you've enjoyed watching. I know many of you that come year after year. I'm sure we're going to be seeing you back here again tomorrow. If you are coming back tomorrow, our practice starts at 10 o'clock and the first race is scheduled at the moment for 11:45. So it's 10 o'clock for practice, 11:45 for the first race. So we'll repeat the same number of races as we had today, and again the same on Monday. If you're coming back tomorrow, bring some sunshine with you. We don't want any of that wishy-washy rain that we had today, but I think we got away with it quite lightly because there was a thunderstorm forecast. And so it remains for me, Barry Oakley, to sign off for today. And don't forget www.hovercraft.org.uk, the main club website for info, and follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB.